All right. Still Matthew McConaughey's catchphrase. All right. Hey, I'm Eric. I'm making a game. This game is called Chair Squeaking. No, I'm making a game. It's called The Godkiller. The Godkiller. It's a puzzle solving adventure game. I'm going to show it to you. Alright. So this level is interesting to me. I think it's a near success. But I'm going to be shelving it, and I'll explain why. Let me go ahead and pull this in a bit. Fit the screen inside the broadcast area. There we go. Okay. So let me explain why I'm shelving it by player empathy. So I'm going to pretend I'm a player who's made it through about 50 levels, maybe 48 or 49, because that's where I would insert this level within the game. So I've been playing the game for maybe 14 hours, and I will empathize with the right things that are new to them. So like if something is new to a particular player that I'm kind of assembling here, I will act as though it's new, and I'll also pretend I don't know the solution to this level. Here's how I think it would go. Here's how I think this whole thing would go. Okay, player starts out. Okay, I'm the player. All right, simple start. How do I get out of this room? I see a little tunnel or something. That's clearly the only way I can get out, so let's go through it. Okay, that's weird. Camera does not duck under it, but I know where I am. It's not hard to figure it out. Okay, I made it through the little crawl space. All right, what is this? Okay, we got blocks. Got block pads. 1. I know from previous levels, the ones that are numbered usually aren't for spelling, but for accomplishing other goals. T block is there. I don't know anything to do with it there. Bonus is there. The present is right there right away. I can see the level exit over here right away. Take a look, and it seems that there's no way for me to get into it from below, but probably some way up above to get into it. I see the grass on the sides. There's these weird little doorway things. Can I go in them? I can. Oh, I can't see myself, so I guess I'm underneath the floor. Hard to tell where I'm at. I don't know if I could go back out, but oh, there I am. Okay. Not too bad. Sort of weird. I don't really understand, like, can I just go anywhere underneath here? Okay, I was a little worried about the spikes. It's sort of not real clear to me. Am I walking through the spikes or underneath the spikes? Yeah, okay, well, I'm not affecting anything up above, so I'm definitely underneath all this stuff. There's spikes over here too, those other kind of spikes. So there's pop-up spikes and there's regular spikes, and they're all up above me. That's fine. Sometimes, oh, I hit some kind of obstacle. So maybe there's like a little maze underneath here. Anyways, I'm generally just a little bit confused by the stuff under here, but I can deal with it for now. But what am I supposed to do? Let's walk around the level, take a look. There's a whole bunch of these stairs with ones on top, and I can deduce from previous levels that probably I'm supposed to push a block in from those places. I have no idea how I get the one block or blocks to those pads. Okay, some places up here you could fling around to maybe get to. Okay, Victory. Maybe I'm supposed to get a T in there. I don't know. I'll keep looking around, see what there is. There's a whole bunch of stuff in the middle. I can go in there again this way. I hope I'm not going to hit a spike or something underneath here. I think I'm fine. Okay. So what's this middle part? Okay, there's another one here. Okay, those are the pop-up spikes I saw in a previous level. Although they haven't been much in the game for the last 10 levels. So I guess they're making a reappearance. Alright, so what do I know about this? Again, I've got no idea how I get the one over here. Let's go up the stairs, see what there is. Oh, finally I can get like a view of this whole place. Okay, this looks complicated, but I can deal with it. So there's a T block that probably makes victory up top. Yeah, that kind of looks like what I'm supposed to spell. Okay, there's something over here. I don't know that I'm supposed to fling this way, but I do see like a pillar down here, and this is sort of walking me out to one unrailed area. So let's go ahead and try it. Okay, something is going to catch me. Okay, cool. I can go this way. I start to see something over there, YR. Maybe that's victory. I don't know. I can't quite tell for certain that that's what it spells. I'm going to try flinging over there, see if I can see it better. Oh, I just go through the whole thing. There's some other way I can see what that is. No. Okay. Then I'll just imagine that the player fucked around a little bit more and like went up there and tried to fling over there, couldn't do it. Sort of repeated that same experience a few times, got just a tiny bit frustrated. Okay, back to player voice. Okay, so I think that I need to spell the word victory, and that'll close these blocks, which at least has O-R-Y, so that's probably victory. I don't see anything else to spell on this level. Alright, there's only one block, and I see all these places that are supposed to fire from, so therefore I think I'm supposed to use the one block to kind of push the T around inside. And then I could maybe go up top again, see if I can make some kind of plan for how to push this thing. So I don't think the player is well versed enough in the mechanics of these blocks and the pop-up spikes to be able to predict real easily the results of this, what happens when you push that one block. But they might make a guess. So okay, I'm back to player voice. I think I'll try pushing the T block. I don't know if I could do anything else there anyways, because the one block doesn't seem to have anything else I can do with it. So it seems like it's set up to make me push it this way. I'll go ahead and do that. Now let's see what happened. Do I have to go back up to the top again? No, I can just kind of look at it. Okay, so the T block is there. Maybe I want to get it further along in some direction. If I go east, would that be good? No. I don't know what I can do with it. Okay, it seems like I could probably get to go west. I think the T block ends up on this square. How do I get it to go west? Okay, there's another one of these little stair launch things over here. So maybe I put the one block over there. I don't even know if I can get it over there, but I'll try. Where's it at? Where's the one block? Did it die? What happened to the one block? I have no idea. I can't see anything. Did I screw up? I hit something else just now. I have no idea what I'm doing because I can't see myself. Where did the one block go? Somewhere over here, maybe? It could have hit something along the path. Now I forget where the path was. I'm not even sure where that was. Alright. So, author voice. Let's say that they figure out where the block is. Probably a little bit paranoid about like losing track of where the block is. Okay, so they brought it over here. Alright. Player voice. What do I do here? Do I push it back in? Or where to go? I guess I can kind of figure out where it'll go. But I want it to get down to here. Let's see. I can't really push it down that way. Well, maybe I could. I could push it off over here. Bam. It would just be stuck against this wall. Should I shoot it through the maze to get it there? Let's try that. So I'm going to shoot it through the top part. I'm just trying things to see what happens. Okay. So I could come up from underneath and push it. Come this way. Okay, I think I can just push it from here. I stepped onto some spikes at the same time. I don't know if the block is still there. Let's go check. It's not there anymore. Okay. How do I get the one out there? I guess I got to restart. I don't see any way to get the one out of there, and they'll puzzle over that for a while. Okay, so this is the basic problem with it. There's two problems with it. One is it is hard to make sense of like this underground area. It's not that doesn't kill anything on its own. But this is the first level where I've had like what I'll call crawl space. Okay, where it's just one. It's raised up just one high. You can go under it, but the camera will not duck under. It'd be too close if it did duck under. And it's also a level where it's possible to get things stuck. I've never had one of those levels before. So it made me think, let's go ahead and create a new element that I'll call an altar. And the way an altar works, and I don't have it coded yet, is you would take the object that you want to destroy all occurrences of, and you would throw it into the altar. So there's an altar room up here. It's got a 1 block in it that you can't take out of the room, but the idea is that you knock it into the altar, and then every 1 block in the level will be destroyed and be returned to a block pad. So if I have that, then that means the mistake I made up here would be corrected. The one block would, where would it go? It would go to the nearest block pad with a 1 on it. So probably either here, or I think this other one over here is closer. Now after it went to there, the way this level's lined up, you'd end up with the only option would be to push it south. And that would work out. It would drop down this hole. So that much is good. Anyways, so I had a level before that I shelved. I'm done with the player empathy exercise. It actually turned out to be a good level. I just had to put it further out in the sequence. This one I feel like I could potentially get back into the main line of levels, but I need 2 other levels to precede it. One that introduces crawl spaces, and one that introduces altars. And then once I have those 2 levels already in the player's repertoire, teaching them about how to use altars and how to maneuver through crawl spaces and kind of get a sense of where you are, and by using some areas where you can see yourself, then I could put this level out here. But as it is, it's too much new stuff for the player in the middle of a complicated level. Other than that, it's a good level. It really is. I'll go ahead and I'll do it the way it was meant to be done. Oh, I don't think I put it in the main sequence. Okay. I've really been trying to discourage restarting levels. So every level is supposed to be made so you can play through it. And there is a way to restart the level, but you don't hit an R key. You don't even, like when you go to the meta menu, go to an option that says restart game. You have to go to the restore game, and that takes you to the beginning of the level. It's purposefully kind of put out of the way because I don't want it to be one of the main things a player does to go through the game. It feels better if you can just keep playing. You know, it feels better if you can just keep trying. In my mind, that's the better play experience. Okay, so let's do this the right way so you can see what it's like. Okay, so I could keep on pushing along the path, but I do need to manipulate the axles to influence the path. So these areas are around the axle you can get to and access and use to move the axle around, but everything is designed so you can't leave that area. At least not on this upper tier where the T block is, because if you could just get out here, you just push the T block around more easily. So heading back out, got the axle set up right. Okay, and oh, see, there's the thing. As soon as you make a mistake, then things can really go wrong. Let me see if I can get this out of here without... There we go. It occurs to me I could make this a lot more playable just by adding like a way to... If you get a one block on the wrong pad, a way to knock it back off. So if I had like another stairway coming up here, you could use to just sort of knock it south. That would be better. Okay, so where am I trying to get it to? Down to here. Okay, this one wants to go north, so I'll send the 1 block south. It's not that hard to get the one into position, but if you do make a mistake, you need some way to recover from it. Basically send the 1 block in whatever the opposite direction is of where you want the T block to go, and there'll be a 1 pad nearby it. Let's see, does this need a catch? Not yet. Yeah, this one needs a catch from the axle. Can't turn that way because that other pillars, they're blocking it. Okay, so I've got that in place. Then drop out. Let's see, in this way. Then I gotta get the axle back in place to catch the T block coming in the other direction. Oh, what am I doing? Back down, back down, back down. Okay, so that's in place, and I can push this forward to get my victory. So victory is spelled. Finally, I can read the word victory. Yeah, and there's little things that bring up the puzzle stress meter on this. Like, they're not, like I said, they're not deal breakers on their own, but it's like you can't see the whole word victory up here. There's just no way to just get a look at it. So that sort of brings up your level of uncertainty. The visual language of this level is a little bit hard to read. So these extra open squares, hey DZ, these extra open squares are, you know, they give your eye something extra to figure out. It just brings up all the things that you have to think about and be a little bit uncertain about to too high of a level. So I'm going to shelve this level as much as I love it. I'm going to keep it out of the main game for now. If I do put it back in, I think it depends on me getting the altar coded and having some introductory levels that get you familiar with crawl spaces and altars. And then there might be some sort of de-stressing things to do on this level. I already did quite a few de-stressing things. I took out a requirement to go around this loop 2 times. On the first time you drop a block that does a letter gate and closes it off and changes the route on the second way through. I took out some red herrings. I took out 1 or 2 of these launch pads that were unnecessary. I took out an extra route near the north end. So I could feel that the level is too hard and it's got too much uncertainty in it, and I've already taken steps to reduce it down, but it's not enough. I just know it's not enough. So shelved for now. I think it's a good level. It's not ready to be in the main sequence. All right, what am I doing with this session? Well, it's Sunday. That means I'm supposed to get a build out for the play testers. What do I have to give them? I've got the other pop-up spike level, which I think is pretty solid. I don't need to go look at it. I know it's good. All right. It's the question how much time I've got today, because I need to also work off stream on fixing up one of the final levels of the game. To have playtesters look at it. I don't think that's going to take all day, though. That's probably like a 2-hour task. So maybe I'll work on the altar, which is a new game element. That would be kind of fun. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm gonna work on the altar. I'm actually going to change the text at the top of the broadcast screen to say not victory tiers level, but new element, the altar. All right. So I was thinking I might use this. There, let's. DZ, what's going on? What are you up to today? Let me go to a test scene, because the test scene will play and unplay a lot faster than this one. Planning. I like planning. I thought I just overrode the prefab and it's showing me the old version. Come on. I really thought I just dragged in a new version of the altar. What kind of decisions are you pondering, if you don't mind sharing? I promise not to be a big know-it-all and give my advice on everything. I know you're deep into this stuff already. Okay. I'm ready to laugh at you. I love laughing at people. Alright, I don't know why it didn't. Got it. You're trying to make up your mind on whether you'll use a left-handed mouse or a right-handed mouse. What is your complaint? Oh, yeah, okay, fine. So it didn't let me replace my prefab with a valid one because the one that was already there was invalid. That was why the prefab didn't update. Okay. No! No! That's ridiculous. I am laughing at you. But you know what? It's only because it's like a cliche, and it's a cliche that is maybe you don't quite fit, because you go into your projects with a little more experience and maturity. But it's a cliche. New game developer. I want to do an MMO. Yeah, I have fun, man. Also, nobody ever says, I want to do a MO. I want to do a multiplayer online game. It's always massively multiplayer. Like everybody's going to get 10,000 users. What if you get 10 users online at the same time? That'd be pretty good for any online game that you started out with. Anyways, I'm joking, but you don't deserve all my jokes. I don't know, the massive is the marketing term, basically. But I suppose there was a period of time where like multiplayer usually meant like LAN party, you know, like back in your Quake days. Yeah, exactly. The massive part was the distinguishing feature between something you hooked up on a local network and something that was like publicly served over the internet. So I think that word still does mean something, even though it does sound kind of silly to me sometimes, you know, when like a hobbyist or newbie or indie type person says, I'm going to do an MMO. But no, it does mean something. It's just the word is maybe it has more than one definition, kind of like you can see in the dictionary. Number one definition, highly scalable. Number two definition, internet based, public internet based. Yeah. Anyways, sounds like a worthy project. Okay, let's look at this back to how I wanted it. And back to the scene. Let's save it. All right. Yeah, definitely. That seems how I want it. Okay. So I actually wrote this code once before and completely lost it. But it didn't take me long to write it last time. I'll just write it again. I want the thing to spin around. I want it to get larger when you get closer to it. Here we say, let's see. this to be the player transform. Say, let's see. Make it float. Okay, so the scale factor. We'll clamp it. Value minimum 0, maximum as a distance clip. Okay, and then just divide all that by distance clip, so we get a number between 0 and 1. Bin scale equals, so 0.2f, max scale equals 1.5f. But they don't do the order of these things in the same way. So this is going to be minimum, max, scale factor. Okay. And I can just assign this directly to scale. X equals scale. Z equals bam. Okay. Offset transform local scale equals scale. That'll do it. That probably will work right away. Advantage of coding something once already. Give this an 82% chance to work the first time. because I forgot to add the script to it. Okay, so alter, you get alter. Yeah, let's go ahead and add it to the prefab too. Okay, now it's got like an 87% chance of working the first time. There we go. Okay. Wow, it kind of works, but it's got a few problems. Okay, one problem is I've got the scaling factor inverted, so it should be small. When you get closer, it gets larger, but it's the opposite. The other one is I think it wants to scale on an axis I hadn't expected it to scale on. You know, it might be better if I just scale all three of them anyways. Let me just do it that way. Another way I can do it, just a little less code, just invert these. A little bit simpler. Okay, try that. I think it'll look better if I make it grow from further away. That'll give more gradation between the different parts of it. Also, let's have its minimum be a little bit higher. So distance clip, let's go 10. It's like it gets excited when you get close because it feels like a sacrifice is near. Maybe you'll sacrifice yourself. I will make it so you die if you jump into it. But it can be kind of fun too because other things can walk into it, and like if an enemy walks into it, all the other creatures of the same type will die at the same time. It does feel like if I'm going to call it an altar, I need to have something that looks ornamental around it. So I imagine there'll be plenty of opportunities for me to make different floors and stairs leading up to it and things like that, which give it that important, sacred, divine type of a look, you know. But I think something at its base that's part of its ornament makes sense as well. So just like a 1 square base to it, I think is what I'll make. And the other thing I want is for the rotation duration to go up if you get closer to it. So let's call this distance factor. Ah. Let's try that out. Yeah, it's pretty chill over there. You get closer. It's more agitated. The bad side of it is when I change that rotation duration, it also jitters the rotation location or the rotation angle in a way that's discontinuous. So I might refine that a tiny bit. I know why it does it, because I've got this logic here that says take the time and figure out the position there. So I need something more like, from the rotation that you're at currently, what would be the amount to apply to it for the current rotation speed. So we'll say rotation step equals, how to figure this one out. See what time delta, what's the definition of delta time? The amount of time that's elapsed since the last frame, is that what it is? Yeah, exactly. Okay. So we'll say so I might simplify this later, but rotate in 1 sec equals It's getting a little bit hard for me. Rotate duration. Let's see. 360F divided by rotate duration. So if the rotate duration was 3 seconds, then you would be able to say that in 1 second you will travel 120 degrees. Okay? The actual amount of time that's elapsed. Hey, boat. What do you want to go by too? I used to call you Boated Boa. Should I just call you Boat? I'm working on a animation for a new game element called an altar. I'll demo it to you in a second. Alright, you are a vessel that may be able to travel on water and carry shipping containers or have life preservers. You're a boat. That's awesome, man. We need more boats in the world. Alright, so let's see. Plus equals, let's see, it's going to be y plus rotation step, and then let's not have it get out of control. I'll just modulo it by 360. Let's see how that works. I might clean it up a little bit if the basic idea works, but let's see. Fixed it. You get close to it, it's a little bit crazy, which is what I wanted. Like, it should seem kind of dangerous. I don't know that reference, but I'm all for comparing boat to other things that are boat related. Okay, I did it right. The change in my algorithm was correct. I'm trying to, when I make visual effects, notice all the things wrong early on and fix them early on instead of just kind of letting my mind adjust to them being off. Because like if I just didn't fix that little tiny bit of a glitch of when it's discontinuous in the rotation, after a while my brain would just sort of accept it. And that's the kind of thing that testers will never point out too. They'll point out when things are broken. Those fit and finish things you gotta see yourself. Another thing like that is I know this outline shader is not all the way polished. Its main thing that's wrong with it is it can only draw a black pixel or a pixel of a certain one single color, and the line weight varies only by the count of pixels, which looks pretty decent on high res, and this is not high res. But the thing that's missing is something like what Manifold Garden did, where they have anti-alias lines where the color or opacity of the pixel that's used for the line is based upon the distance from what is detected as the edge. And that's, I'm basically with my shader where Manifold Garden was like a couple years in, and then maybe 3-4 years later William Cheer figured out his shader. So I don't know, I wish they published their code someplace. I would just go steal it. But things like at the top of this block, there is a very thin line here, and that goes to 2 pixels right away, and it has the overall effect of looking okay but not great. We got jaggies around the edges of these, so at some point I would love to fix that. Alright, but that's not what I'm on today. I'm on the altar. Gonna make it look like a good place to put sacrifices. Alright, so I wanted to make a base around this. I think I'll use this recurring pattern that I've been making. Let me see. The easiest way for me to get the proportions right is actually to go look at my own YouTube video. There it is. So this pattern here, yeah, it's 3 at the corners, 2 in, okay. I think I'll make it large size to start. One and then stop. Okay, 1 and then 3. Okay. Okay, then I think it's 1 done like that. Yep. And that's 3 this way. Is that right? I think so. So I've made it really super big, but like I can shrink it down so it'll fit. But let me think about the proportions I would need for it to fit. If this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 plus 3 is 8. 8 plus 5 is 13. So it's 13 by 13. I want it to fit. You know what I might do is make it a little bit oversized. And I'll just say it'll be a level design requirement to give the altar a little space around it. So if I do that, then I should give a name to this thing too, this shape I keep reusing again and again. It's a little like a cross. It's kind of like an inverted cross in some ways. I don't know. I'll keep thinking about it. For now, I'll just call it a cross. Or, oh, here, let's call it altar base. Okay. I think I might as well make the other changes I want to make to it at this scale. It'll be easier to work with it. Okay, so that. I'm going to raise up the interior to make a kind of bevel. Well, not a kind of bevel, just a bevel. I always need to hedge my words for some reason. I suspect that some of these will not bevel nice and I'll have to replace them. Alright, before I fix all the bevels, let me just do a little test of this, see how it's going to end up looking. 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. So I made it 1/10 size. 1/10 size. There's a problem with having it extend out beyond. It's because I need to actually move things close into it, like these blocks. If I have it looking like it's blocking this from moving, it won't be right. So let's make it a little bit smaller. Still not quite there. Is 0.8 gonna do it? I bet it won't. I'm gonna go to 7.5. Could use math to figure it out too, because I know it's basically some division by 13 or something like that. Okay, that seems to have been a good guess. also come on. Also, I'm realizing that the color of this light should be red instead of blue. For story reasons. Okay. And let's make this base here be some other material that looks better. Yeah, keep on trying to find something for that, but I think that's not a good texture. Let me do something else. Let's see what that looks like. So in main, I've got shared materials. There's a little thing where you say if you're going to use the red light for blinking. And if you do, then if music is playing, it will blink that along with the music. I think that's good. I'll just fix up the corners and I should be in good shape. Also, it needs some kind of flat surface that is just under the just inside the bevel, like a blank white, something like that. Maybe I'll reuse the gold. Alright, so let's remember that it's 0.075, but let's work on it at full size. Okay, so these are the problems right here. I'll end up deleting those and just putting some other replacement objects inside of them. The corners that are working, I want to triangulate them so that they show the edge in a more crisp way. Do that. There, like that. In fact, let's just do all of these. It'll make it really clear to me without much looking where the problems are. I think it's going to be like every other one needs to be replaced, but let me see. Problem is that these surfaces are triangulated. They're made up of 2 triangles, each one of these, but some of them are made up of the wrong triangles. So if I say triangulate faces, it'll make it real obvious. So instead of having a cleft right here, I want that cleft to be going the other way. Well, not a cleft, but a break in the two triangles. I want to go from here to here. This is not that hard to get fixed. Basically, I delete these surfaces and then I replace them with another game object that is oriented the right way. So let's make that replacement object first. Fright! Man, what's going on? Cube. Okay, turn the snap back on. Let's just see which one is the right one. Oh, okay, before I do that, let's snap it correctly. Okay. Then one of these will be the right one to pull up. I think that's it right there. And then triangulate. Okay, then give it the right texture. Let's see, this is going to be golden parquet. All right. Okay, I'm going to take a real quick break and I'll be right back. At 3 to 5 minutes. Just gonna grab myself an egg McMuffin from downstairs. I'll be right back. Alright, back to work, back to work. That's a neighbor's dog barking, not me. Alright. So this thing is my corner fix. I'll just rename it. And make sure that it is, whoops. Is that right? Looks like I'm off there, actually. Yeah, so that's everything's one too high. Is that right? Hold on. What's going on here? If I go off over here, oh, maybe that is right. Okay. All right, so let's try it out. Let's just get rid of one of the corners. If I brought this in here, whoops, would it look right? Well, this is an interior corner, so I would need to raise up the edge here and here. Yeah, okay. The concept works. I will want to eventually get all the geometry put together in one way. So let's take out that. Let's take out that. Let's take out the bottom. And let's take out the bottom of this guy too. Yeah. All the corners that are fucked up, I'll just delete them now. And I can come back in and put the corner fix in there. Okay. Looks like it's mostly the interior corners. Has there been any that are on the outside that are wrong? No, it's just the interior corners. Okay, that makes it easier. Okay, corner fix. Corner fix. Oh, one more to delete. Okay, and rotate. Rotate again. What's the deal there? Oh shit. Stupid snapping. Alright. I think that'll fix it. Okay. This one goes one other place up here. Okay. So now that I got all those corner fixes all there like that, let's get them all merged together and welded in nicely. So it's just one mesh. Okay, so in Pro Builder, I want to merge these objects together. Okay, then I will go and weld vertices so that instead of there being extra vertices here, it'll just join them together. Okay, so the hotkey is V. It never gives me a feedback that it worked, so I'm just gonna go, yeah. So it's not highlighted anymore. Make sure I got it going the right way. Okay, so here if I look at it, it says weld vertices and it's enabled. I hit Command V, I come back in. Yeah, okay. So it seems to be working right. I'll just have faith that the rest of these operations are being performed correctly. I got this one right. Oh, I gotta do this side too. I might end up doing a whole bunch repeatedly. So each one has got 6 points to hit, or 6 vertices. I'm not sure if under the hood this is doing much more than just removing some vertices from a data structure. I'm not sure if it results in more efficient sending of the objects to the GPU. Not sure. Draw calls and all that. That would be my hope. I might be doing something kind of pointless right now, but it is recommended by Pro Builder. If the vertices are not exactly lined up, this does have a benefit of snapping them together to avoid having any seams between polygon surfaces. But I don't think I'm going to get that benefit because they're already snapped on into the same position pretty well. So hopefully it's just a little optimization to the geometry that's sent to the video card. I'm going to try one other thing. So if I select 2 different locations, come up here and look at the weld. It says what I can weld. Okay. So then I go ahead and do my weld. If I check here again, what I'm hoping is it welded. No. It didn't like that. It said all the vertices were too far apart to do the operation. I'm assuming that's what it meant. Okay, so I'm gonna go bam. Let's see, did that one work? I think it did. It did. Cool. Alright, so I do have to get each vertex or a set of adjacent vertices in one go. It used to be a little more along the lines of, let's go ahead and optimize these meshes and the prefabs later. But now I sort of see a benefit to just doing it earlier, which is you're already familiar with what the object is, and you've got loaded into your brain like where all the surfaces are and where all the vertices are and everything, so you might as well do it right then. Did I get all of these? It's hard to tell because there's no indication unless I go up in the menu and see it. If I have the Pro Builder window up, it would also give me a clue. But the Pro Builder menu window is buggy, so I've stopped using it. And it might not be fair to call it buggy, but I'll say that the interactions between Unity and the Pro Builder window with the current versions I've loaded are buggy. So I always try to pretend that, like, whoever I'm ranting at, whatever piece of software I'm ranting at, there's some developer from that team in the room with me. It's like, what kind of two-faced piece of shit am I if I couldn't say something like on public that I wasn't willing to say with the developer who's responsible right in the room with me? And also, even if that developer was responsible for whatever problem I'm suffering, like, it probably isn't some kind of abuse that that person deserves. I remember having different situations where software that my team had released was full of bugs, and it's usually not the developers that are ultimately responsible for the level of bugginess inside of our product. It sounds like it should be, but there's economic decisions that get made. There's usually, on any piece of software where you could spend a little more time fixing bugs, the developers that could do that, they are already being scheduled to move on to the next thing. They've already been committed. There's some kind of project management thing that's saying, okay, Jake, Raul, Cindy, you are assigned to this next project starting in February. Please hurry up, finish up your work on this other feature, and let's just move you on. There's a certain number of bugs in the backlog that we're just not going to get to. Sorry, they're not as important as this other thing, which the higher-ups have demanded be present in the product at a certain time. We've already got, like, marketing communications around it, and we've said we're going to have this release date, and in fact it ties into some larger initiative, and if we were late in this other initiative, the shareholders would be angry at us and our stock price would drop, and that's usually the thing which causes software to be full of bugs. This idea that craftsmanship is to blame or personal responsibility is to blame. It's not the typical reason for why software is full of bugs. I mean, we would like to think that there's some, usually the person who's an engineer who's saying, you know, we just got bad habits writing software. They're thinking like they're the one that has the good habits and everybody else never occurred to them to do all the cool things that they do to keep their software on track. That's never the story. I mean, maybe occasionally it is. Maybe occasionally you get some project staffed up with a bunch of mercenary contractors. Even then, that's an economic decision. You know, like if you have like a bunch of people that are just kind of doing crappy work, it's almost always just based on economics. Most developers would prefer to spend a little more time and make their code rock solid, particularly ones that work for a living and have done so for years. So I don't buy it, this myth that bugs are a result of you know, mental failings, being less rigorous, not having all the right techniques, training. It's economics. That's the #1 reason. That's like 95% of it, why we got shitty software. Oh, I'm missing one here. That was one of the exterior ones that probably could have worked just fine. I deleted it for some reason. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me see. What's the best way to fix this? I think I could extrude this side. And I could bring this down. And let's triangulate this. It looks like one of the good corners. So triangulate that. That's looking right. Get rid of the hidden sides. And this side, do I have hidden? Yep. Okay. Underneath, do I have a new? Yes, I do. Let's get rid of that. Okay, I think this is ready. Let me get it. Oh yeah, I was gonna put like something in the middle here that was like a flat surface that would not look the same as the floor. Maybe something just plain white or okay, let's yeah, okay. easier to do it at this size, so I'm going to do it at this size. Okay, let's do open the shape editor. Yeah, let's use the cube. I thought about using a plane just now, but the cube is easier to work with than the plane. Plane, you always have to grab the edges to resize it. Cube is just simpler to get it shaped, because you can grab on the sides instead of the edges. Okay, so I hate this shit. Okay, there we go, like that and that. Okay, so then the question is, what surface should this be? I think just kind of a whitish pink with a little bit of emission on it. I think that'll do the job. Let's just create materials for that. Let's call it alter inner base. Okay, have it be white, and we'll have it, oh yeah, pinkish white. Emission, yes. I should really be updating these values after this is applied so I can see the end result. So let's set this. Okay, that's super bright, but none of this is to scale, so let's get this all put together. Okay, rename. Now, really, do the thing I asked you to do. Unity. Parent this to the altar base. Shrink the altar base down to its desired scale. Okay, that definitely seems too bright. Change that. I don't really get why the intensity changed already. That looks pretty good. All right, let's see what that looks like in the game. But also, we'll need this altar base to move around a little bit so it's centered. Move this a little bit more. Oh man, this is hard to get exactly. That looks a little better. Okay. That side. Yeah, that's pretty good fit. Yeah, I can just barely see that upper edge or that line from the square here. Same deal. It's close enough. There's like no way I could be making meaningful changes at smaller increments than that anyways. Okay. The other thing I saw which was bugging me, this offset here did not seem to be perfectly centered when I was rotating. There is a thing where you can set the pivot to be right in the middle. Let's do that. Pro Builder, Object, Center Pivot. Okay, and let's see if that will cause it to rotate in a nicer way. Okay, save, play. I'm going to take just a little time to eat this sandwich. Oh man, it's still going to taste good, but when an Egg McMuffin gets cold, it's like 50% of its value just went away. I'm pretty happy with how this looks. Now there's another effect to make, which is when you actually put something there, what happens. The thing will die. but it would be interesting to show the other things that die in some way too. There's an effect I wanted to make. I looked on the asset store and I saw some other things that would make it lightning bolts from point A to point B. But it's the type of coding that I feel like I could do in less than a day. I might be optimistic, but I've got the algorithm in my mind. The idea is you have point A in 3 space and point B in 3 space, and you draw some kind of jagged bolt between the two things. It might have multiple bolts coming off of it too, and it should vary a little bit as you go. I made this effect back in the 90s. The algorithm is pretty simple. You take a step in the direction that the destination point is, but it's not a perfect step. It's kind of jiggled randomly a little bit, one direction or the other. And then as you get closer to the destination point, you get less variation in the randomness of your path, so that you end up just arriving directly at the point when you're closer to the end. And to translate that to Unity, you have a number of game objects that are chained up one after the other. Each one's a bolt, or a segment of the overall bolt, we'll say. And those segments, they have to be rotatable, like to go in the direction of the destination coordinate. And I think they should scale on at least one dimension, like the lengthwise dimension, so that you could say also randomly that each segment will be between a minimum and maximum length. And then you do that same bolt generation multiple times, and it gives you the animation that you want to show, like a I don't know, all that kind of crackling. Not crackling, that's sound, but all the wavering that a bolt does. It wavers. Its path changes. This is a 2D one. Somebody's making their images often in Photoshop and then bringing it over into Unity. That's not what I want. I know how to do it. I'm just kind of looking for inspiration for little fine points of it. Okay. So I can also use this same code to do something I've wanted to do for a while, which is when you push a block, I would like to have it briefly show a lightning bolt that goes to the pad that's nearest to it. So it gives you an idea where that block will go when it dies. This is actually fun because I'm like relatively early in the day, about ready to start on a new piece of functionality. I think I've got about 5 hours and I gotta knock off and not knock off but go off stream to do the work on this other thing I want to get out to the play testers. It should be off stream. Okay, so let me think about this. Rex. Given 2 points in 3 space, draw a lightning bolt between them. Effect persists and animates over time. Efficient use of CPU. These are my requirements. Ability to customize. To make different visual styles of bolts. I think that could probably be done with a set of prefabs that you give to it. All right, so it's solutions. Yeah, I like this thing about using prefabs, because it would let me do things like make something that it doesn't even look like a light beam or energy. It could be like a black tendril or something, you know, and it could have have it be just stretching out to something else. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm thinking about updating the bolt. Like, do I want to have some way of drawing the bolt every frame? I don't think I want to draw it every frame. That's one thing I think I'm pretty sure about. It goes back to efficient use of CPU. So I do want animation on them. So I think I want to create, and then whatever the style is will imply how often the frame should be updated. Like, I could make something like a tree, you know, or some kind of weird rope thing that doesn't update at all on each frame. It just gets created one time. So the bolt manager will have will return a bolt. Okay. Say like, it's kind of weird for it to return a bolt. That could be kind of an internal object. Maybe I mean like a handle. Okay, so then what would you do with that? You could say bolt manager. Let's do add because that implies it's persisting in some way. Do remove with this and pass int bolt ID. So that would get rid of it. Thinking about bolts. Do I want the bolt manager to be able to perform the removals automatically? I think I do, actually. I don't know. Is there really a case at this point where I need a bolt to just be persisting all the time? Let's say that there is, and let's just set a parameter here, float duration, and then you can pass, if you want, you can pass 0f to it, or just leave that empty, and that means the bolt will just stay up the whole time. Otherwise, it will go away on its own after the duration has elapsed. So the bolt manager will just be ready to make bolts, as many as you want, although there'll be a pool. Okay, so I already said that. Okay, it's got a pool of segments. So it'll be sized based on what it thinks it will need, kind of like I've done with other pools. Okay. I think this is a good starting point. Let me figure out like what my first implementation thing is, so I don't write out the whole thing all at once. What? All right. So the first thing I should probably do is write algorithm to just draw points with GUI. This can be editor only. So we can just do something like bolt manager. What kind of thing is it going to return back? Static. structure called segment. Calc segments between path. So vector 3 from vector 3 to, and then don't fiddle with the settings too much yet. I was thinking about different params I could pass in, but I'll start out with them being const, and then segment can be an evolving structure, but I think what it ends up being is vector 3 Euler angle and float length. And later on it can also include like prefabs and stuff in it. Yeah. Okay. So if I've got that, this will take me a while to get this working. But this is the heart and soul of the whole thing, this algorithm here. Okay, it feels like I got enough here to start. I don't need to do a number 2 solution. This one, it just seems right to me. Okay, so let's call it bolt manager. Okay, let's find another one. Maybe it was Godkiller boot. There we go. That's how it went. Okay. So there'll be a whole bunch of stuff in here related to bootable, but just to start, let's do a static method like the one I was talking about. So it'll be don't need to use segments outside of this class, so let's just make a private class here. Have this pass in a list of segments, and that will allow me to have a reusable data structure for that calculation, so I don't have to continuously reallocate it and get into garbage collection around it. So just pass that in. Oh, I see. Well, let's make this non-public. I'll make another one that's public. It'll just be I think I want on GUI. Okay, so we'll say list segments equals new list segment. This will just be for testing out the algorithm. So we say calc segments between path. Stop that. Then we want to draw out all the points from beginning to end. So we want this structure is designed for the transformations that would be performed on the prefabs, but in the on GUI method, I'm just going to plop down all the points. So I'll say current point equals from. And let's see. I always forget how does it work? GUI. Sphere. Yeah, draw. All right. Find some other code that I used to do similar things. Inside editor, I've got some. Diagnostics, hide diagnostic. Draw gizmos. That's actually the one I want. Not on GUI. Okay. Draw gizmos, and then open draw. I've got draw line. Okay, so it's going to be gizmos. It's got all this stuff. Okay, gizmos. Okay, got it. So we say gizmos, draw, sphere, at, from, radius. We'll make it kind of big at the, well, let's see, endpoint, radius. Okay, let's say const float. Endpoint radius equals 0.2f. Point radius is 0.05f. Okay, draw a sphere there, and then we say for each. Okay, for each segment in segments. think vector math works like this. Plus equals. I don't know if it will though. No, I don't think I can do that. I don't think it's this magic. It'd be maybe a quaternion. Forget. I was trying to do something like length, but why would that work? That's just a vector 3. There's nothing magic about it. Let's take a look. Unity, convert, Euler, to a normal vector. That's what I want. No, not opposite of this. Not this one. I want a normal vector, because once I have a normal vector, I can multiply it by length. Let's just take a look. Unity vector 3. Take a look at the APIs available for it. I don't have to use Euler angles. I'm mispronouncing the whole time. Euler angles. You can use quaternions too. Quaternions are probably more efficient. I think quaternions are used underneath the hood anyway, so if I'm passing around Euler angles, it's yeah. So let me try convert quaternion. Yeah, that one. That's a good point. Okay. Well, that's pretty useful. Do this. I should decide if I'm going to have this value be an absolute rotation from a forward vector, or if it's going to be a relative rotation from whatever the current way is that the the vector of the segment along the bolt is pointing. It's going to be more efficient to have it be a relative one. So if that's the case, let's start out the rotation. What is quaternion identity? That means no rotation at all. I'm pretty sure. What else would it mean? Yeah, no rotation. Okay, and then it can be my own convention that that starting rotation is like the same thing as vector 3 forward or something like that. Okay, so actually I do need my normal. Direction normal equals, and we'll start it always at forward. The quaternion that's going to be applied to it will be I just multiply it times the segment rotation. Is that right? No? Okay. Let's try equals direction normal times. Does that work? No. Okay. What did that guy say to do? Okay, so maybe I need to do the rotation first. Yeah, apparently so. Okay, so then I can add to the current point direction normal. You're not going to let me multiply that times length? Oh, segment length. Yeah, so that should take the direction that's rotated to and scale it out by the length of the segment. And that'll be a vector between the current point and the next point. Okay. I need to keep the old point for a brief amount of time so I can draw a line. Gizmos, draw line from old point to the current point. Then we will also draw a sphere at the new point. Okay. And at the end of it, I think just to finish it off nicely, let's go from current point to the 2 point. I guess I'm just saying 2. And we'll do an endpoint sphere. that was probably the easy part. So let's do a similar thing here. So there's two rotations to consider. Along XZ the XZ plane and either the YX plane or the YZ plane. You have to make both rotations. Consider them separately. I think what I'll do to just to start this off and make it a little bit simpler, make sure I got it right, is I'll assume that from and to are on the same Y plane, and then I'll just be making calcs on the XZ plane. After I get those right, then I can apply them to the other plane that I didn't do. Let's not be too prissy about this, just get it working to start. Also, you know what? I should check that all this works. So let me just return any kind of junk that could be represented. It won't really make a nice path. So let's start off with a current point. And let's clear segments up here. Quatrain I'll just set to be the identity. Okay. And we'll say new segment. We'll say the rotation. And I might as well just put it down here for now like that. And we'll say the length equals 1F. And we will just add 5 of these. It's total junk code. I'm just wanting to make sure my rendering underneath is working fine. Length equals 1f, and that should be fine. Don't need that. I probably will need these two. I'll just leave those for now. Okay. Let us try this. Go to my booter object, add in this new bolt manager, and it needs to have a beginning and ending transform. At least for now it does. Where's that alter? Alter, you get to be the from. Player gets to be the to. And it drew something. It drew something immediately, which is kind of cool. So I think what it did is it went north one time. No, it went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And then it drew this line back to the player. That's pretty good. I am wondering why the points in the middle didn't get drawn. So let's check on that. Oh yeah, because I just drew this at from again. So let's do this at current point instead. Then we got the segment markers there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the forward direction. The rotation that's going to be applied at each point will be based on alterations to a starting forward direction and along the z-axis. Okay, next. Let's see if I can get this to point towards the actual destination and make some segments that go towards that destination instead of just going, oh, straight north. So let's figure that out. Thank you. Oh, come on. All right, hold on. Log in. Log me in. Log me in. Private moment, off screen. And then after it logs me in, it doesn't let me be at the question I was at before. There we go. All right. So now, may I please uprank this very nice answer. Let's reward user. What can I reward them with? And I just get a +1. Cool. Nice answer. Thank you very much. Bunny83. All right. Okay. So Unity. Find rotation between two. Yeah, I think like that. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's going to be it. Okay. So if you've got two vectors, one is the current direction you're pointing, the other one is the direction you would point to get to your destination, which for a vector actually means you just have your current point as the starting location, and the delta between that and the destination point is going to be your second vector. Okay. Let me just encapsulate this inside of a function. Static, quaternion, calc, rotation to point. So we say, here's where we're from. Here's where we're going to. And then also we need to know our current. Phew. Wow. Okay. Vector 3 direction normal. Okay. Yeah, okay. So I get confused because all of these are vector 3's, but they mean different things. So let's be very clear. From point to point. And then you have a current direction you're starting at. You're pointed in a certain direction, but it doesn't have to do with these 2 points. Those are separate. So you're starting at direction normal. Let's see, let's just call this current direction normal. Okay, and then this other one is the to direction normal. Okay, well, not a normal, it's just a vector. Let's call it 2 vector. Okay, so vector 3, 2 vector. It's just going to be destination point minus the from point. And then you return that guy there. So if you were at, say you were at 1, 1, 1, and you wanted to go to 3, 3, 3, then your destination vector, or your 2 vector, should end up being 2, 2, 2. Meaning that you'd have to travel 2 meters on X, Y, and Z to get to 3, 3, 3. Okay. And the current direction normal doesn't come from either of these. It's just the retained state from all the previous rotations. So you may have started out at forward. See, direction normal begins at forward, then as you go, the rotation changes. Okay. So if I say over here, we say quaternion calc rotation to point. We go from our current point. Okay, current point. And we're going to, we're still just going to aim towards the destination. I think I'm going to use the same kind of convention here. Point. 2 point, and then we pass in direction normal. Let's call this current direction normal too, because they're both getting updated in the same way as we go. So we'll call this current direction normal. Okay, then we will remember the old point. And we'll say, oh, come on. Vector 3 old point equals current point, and we'll say current point, you get, I also need to figure out length. Let's say float length equals I know I'm going to need to use distance as a way to affect the perturbations that are made on these all these segments. So I'll just go ahead and calculate my distance on each iteration. So that will be vector 3 distance between current point and 2 point. Okay, and length will just be, for now, equals whichever of the two is smaller. Min distance or 1f to do. That's varying lengths or something tied to prefabs. Yeah. Okay, so I've got length, I've got the rotation, I've got my old point. Now I can say current point is equal to rotation. How do I do that below? Same kind of thing. Current point plus equals. Okay, I have to update my direction normal. So current direction equals rotation times current direction normal. That thing I said about doing just one one plane at a time, like XZ and XY or something like that. I don't think I'll need to do that. I didn't realize like these functions would just handle both at the same time. I think that'll be okay. So current point equals current direction normal times length equals, no, it's current point plus that. Same thing down here. Yeah. Okay. I guess I don't need the old point, so that's cool. So down here, this becomes rotation, and this becomes length. And this will not be 5, it'll be, we'll say while true. And I'll let the distance be the thing that exits, or we'll say, yeah, while true. I want an infinite loop catch, so we'll say const int too many loops. That's a good number. Say 1,000. 1,000 seems good. So infinite loops in Unity are really, really bad. They crash the whole IDE. So anytime I've got a while loop and it seems like everything in here should let it exit out, but there's some chance I screwed up, I always put this in. And then it's warning me correctly that I haven't incremented. Good for you, writer. Okay, so if distance less than I've got a utility for this. Okay, let's say current point, 2 point, and then we'll say the threshold. Okay. So this is hopefully the beeline algorithm where it just sends you straight to the destination point without perturbing it in any way. If I get a good beeline algorithm, it's pretty easy to perturb it after that. Well, look at that. Not bad, not bad. Did exactly what I wanted the first try. Not bad. I can move it around. And it is doing a fine job of calculating all the segments leading up to it. Let's go ahead and turn this on. And I'll make it go up on this y-axis. Yeah, in 3 dimensions. It's doing a great job. Great job. Well done, sir. Sir being me. Okay, so now let's perturb it. That's where it starts to get fun. I'm going to say that there will be a perturbation amount will be between 0 and 1, and it will be based on the distance to the target. I think this is going to be pretty simple. Okay, let's say that the bolt will be at maximum wildness when it's at 10 meters or more away from the target. This might be the wrong way to do it, though. If you think about what a good bolt looks like, it gets more constrained at the end when it reaches the destination, but it's also more constrained at the beginning too. So let's have this first one be total distance. Okay. Float. Total distance. And we'll just have distance equal total distance just to get out of one calculation. And we can also make this loop a little more efficient. Just bring the while at the bottom and the new distance calculation at the bottom too. distance calc down underneath. And let's do the check for it to be close. We'll do it before the infinite loop check because I don't know. Because there's a small chance that we'll save a little bit of processing time by exiting out here without checking this. That's why. So on one iteration, we'll get a tiny little bit of performance boost. Not really worth worrying about, but yeah. Okay, perturb rotation. Okay, perturb amount equals, and you gotta pass the total distance. So then we say we want to see which end it's closer to. Float distance to end equals distance less than total distance divided by 2. If it's closer to the beginning, then I want distance to end to be distance. Wait a minute. Let me think, hold on. Yeah, otherwise total distance minus distance. Is that right? Let me check this. All right. So imagine we've got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. And if you are, okay, total distance equals 10. Okay. So if you are at 2, if that's your distance, d equals 2, d is less than 5, the halfway point, so distance to the endpoint is 2. Now if you're at 6, then it's going to be total distance 10 minus d equals 6, which gives you 10 minus 6, 4. So that's right, I got that right. Okay. And then let's do math f. Well, yeah, let's put it on a separate line because it's likely I want to go through the debugger with it. Value 0, distance camp. Okay. Then we want to scale that to a number between 0 and 1. So we'll say return distance to n. Divided by distance cap. Okay. So I'm thinking that there's two ways to do this. I could have this distance cap be a set amount like I have now. Or I could have it be a ratio of the entire journey. I think there's some value in either approach, but this first one is probably going to be less weird looking. And if I want to, I can refine it to be like a blend or mixture between the two. But to start out with, I'm just going to leave it this way, since it's the more correct of the two ways to see something that looks reasonable. If I had it proportional, if I said like the bolts are going to flare out in the middle 80%, and then in the last 10% on either side, they'll be clamped down. That would mean that for a very short journey between 2 points, it would flare out in the middle in a way that would look weird for a lightning bolt, I think. Alright, so this next one, I'm not quite sure how to write in terms of Unity APIs, but I think I understand it pretty well. I don't think it would be too hard. Let me look at the operations I can perform on a quaternion. One of these days I should learn a little bit of math and look into quaternions. It's supposed to get like super unintuitive, super quick, but the results you get with them are impressive, and so there's something a little bit mysterious about them, I guess. I might be able to do this with a lerp. All right, hold on. I gotta use the restroom. Alright. The solution came to me while I was taking a dump. It's amazing how it happens. So there's something called quaternion random. Or it's, no, random. Come on, I looked it up on my phone. In the restaurant. Random rotation. Apparently that didn't work. Maybe there's more than one random, like a unity random or something like that. Alright, so quaternion random. Yeah. This should be here. Random from Unity Engine Core module. I think it's grabbing this from system. And I think random needs to be Unity Engine Core random. That's not gonna work. Okay, let me see. Where does this think it can find it at? This one. Okay. There we go. So if I've got both my starting rotation, I've got a random one, this number can say to what degree will this new rotation that's returned be matching the original direction, which is beelining where we want to go, and the random direction, which is what could perturb. So I can say return quaternion lerp. Okay, rotation, random rotation, and then perturb amount. And I think this is just a one-liner when it comes down to it. Okay. I suspect that 100% perturbation might make the bolt kind of dance around a little bit too much in the middle and not get to the destination fast enough. But if that's the case, I can put some other clamps on the perturbation amount. I like saying clamps in a nasal way because of a character in Futurama. It's called Clamps or Mr. Clamps. He would always work clamping into the conversation. He had giant clamping hands. Clamps! I'll clamp them, boss. Good show. Classic show. Okay. So this seems pretty good. But this new mathy code in it, I'm probably fucked something up. Let's go take a look. It's working like a champ. I am getting so much good luck these days. Okay, and then you can see it kind of jiggling around, then it gets back under control when it gets closer. So you can start to see like how it's going to be like a lightning bolt. That's pretty fucking good. That's pretty good. I'm maybe a little too proud, but I think it's good. I'm happy it works so fast. I'm getting through this at like maybe 1/2 speed of an internet tutorial, maybe 1/4 speed. Just having a lot of good luck here. Okay, let me do the varied length next. So I want a minimum and maximum length for segments. So let's have that be passed in, I think. So float min segment length, float max segment length, and yeah, that's fine. Okay. So we'll say define length. We'll do distance, total distance, min segment length, max segment length. Find, let's see, not find, calc segment length. I don't know if I need that though. I don't need total distance. I just need the distance. Might want to clamp down on the lengths though as I get closer to the end. That's one thing. All right, let's keep it in there. Float total distance. Float min segment length. Float max segment length. We'll just say that if distance is less than min segment length, just return min segment length. I'll say if distance is less than max segment length, yeah, let's just return the distance. Okay. Okay, then inside of here, know what? I think this is going to be okay to avoid using. And if I find I need it, I'll bring it back in. So here we're just going to return min segment length plus random. What's range? Oh, well, this is easy. This is going to be a random number between min segment length and max segment length. Is it inclusive? I don't really care. If it's not inclusive, it'll be, you know, off by a little bit or something. Okay, what is your issue? Why would you say that? I think it's detected some short circuit of logic that I haven't. Why do you think that's better? Writer, why do you think that's better than what I had? It doesn't look better to me. Okay, I'll try your other suggestion. Yeah. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it, but I'll break it up a little bit. Its linting is pretty good, I gotta admit. Every once in a while it says something stupid and I ignore it or disable the warning, but for the most part, really good linting. Okay, so calc segment length, it's going to give me some random values, but in order to get that I need to pass in some minimum and maximum segment lengths. So let's do from to, I like to order the parameters so that all the inputs are to the left of the outputs. Even though this is technically not out or a ref, since it operates on the instance and updates it, I like to think of it as a what are you saying? iCollection, is that going to help me? I understand what you're saying. You could make it a little more abstract and then maybe call it with other things, but I'm not going to worry about that. Okay, from to, and we'll say, yeah, let's just make these public values for now, so I can play with them. Public min segment length float 0.1. Okay, that should give some good variation. Make this a different color so I can see it better, but Yeah, it's working as intended. Oh, I'm getting so much good luck on this. Now it is doing the thing that it also, I had this on Draw It as well, which is when it gets to the end, it sometimes seems like it's going to shoot past it a little bit. That's because I'm not clamping the links at the end. You know what, I'm just going to go ahead and have end clamping on it. I can see right now it'll make a difference. I'm trying to do things the right way earlier. I don't need total distance though. Do I? I don't need it because I can figure this out from the max segment length. So I'm going to put this back how I had it. Max segment length, return distance. Okay. Because I think I need to change this range. Clamped, max segment length. So the idea is that if we get closer to the end, it's time to start making the segment lengths shorter. I think what the best way to do this is. We gotta picture this here. So let's say here's the from point, here's the to point, and this is like 1, 2. Now let's go in reverse. Let's go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then t is at 0. Okay, and let's say that your max segment length, it is in our case, max segment length equals 2. Okay, min segment length equals 0.1. That's what we got actually. So when I get around the max segment length, I think this is where I want to start clamping. I'll let the max, oh, these acronyms are the same. I'll let the length, the maximum segment length, be the thing which signals to me where to start, what's the word? Clamping, not clamping, but scaling down. Okay, so there's another verb I want, but I'm forgetting what it is. Taper. Okay, so taper amount. Between 1 and 0. Okay. If taper amount is 0, then tapered max segment length will be equal to max SL. If taper amount is 1, then it's going to be the minimum segment length. Okay. 0 to 1 based on distance divided by max SL. Okay, that's it. Now I'm getting it. Okay, float taper amount. Equals. And here we already know. Okay, so this is actually the condition where I want to start tapering instead of just returning the distance. Okay. Okay, so we'll say taper amount. Okay. I think this is I need to invert it. So in distance, or no, or do I? Let me think. So when distance is at 0, that's when it must be tapered the maximum. So I do have it right. It should be inverted like it is here. Okay. And we'll say float tapered max segment length equals mathf blurb. Okay, if taper amount is at 0, I want it to be max segment length. If it's at 1, I want it to be minimum segment length. Here's taper amount. Okay, and then we'll return a random in between. Okay, otherwise we're just going to return a random in between the min and the max. That should do it. This is like a bug I'm fixing 25 years after I committed it. When you hit an orb inside of Drod, it's this metal ball that opens up doors and closes doors. It has a bolt, a lightning bolt, with the same algorithm as this, and it just kind of abruptly at the end of its target point corrects course right there. It doesn't look as good as it could, so I'm going to fix it. This is a 25-year-old bug. All right. And my awesome luck is continuing. Yeah. Okay, now the question is, do I want that taper at the beginning as well? I don't think it's as important at the beginning, because at the beginning you can just kind of launch off in a direction, and it doesn't matter there's nothing to kind of focus you towards one direction all of a sudden at the beginning. It's at the end where it matters. Okay. Next, prefabs. So instead of the GUIs, we're going to have actual prefabs that get put in place. Man, I've had a tremendous amount of luck putting this together. It's really working pretty quick. All right, so the prefabs. I think we're going to go with a cylinder. Let's do 4 sides. Height doesn't matter that much. Smooth might matter. Radius 0.05. Let's make it smaller than that. 2.5. 1.25. Build. Okay, tricky part is getting that pivot in the right spot so it rotates as I expect. Call this alter bolt segment. And that will end up being a prefab. Alter bolt segment, and then I want to create a new material. Let's call it alter bolt, and this is going to be emissive. reflection, specular highlights. None. You should not cast shadows. Okay. All right, so then let's take this guy, or let's go into the prefab. Take that guy, place this with alter bolt. That seems extremely bright. I think I can also get rid of... It's not that bright. It's not that bright. It seems real bright because it happens to be right in an area where it's got other stuff there. Okay, I do want the outline shader to not pay any attention to that, so I'll put this to transparent. Oh, there we go. Got kind of a lightsaber look to it now. I don't know why putting it to transparent like suddenly made it bloom out more. I don't understand that part, but it seems fine. Smoothness, does that matter? For now, let's bring the emission down. And let's make it pinker so I can see it more easily. Okay, that seems pretty good. Alright, that's a good starting point. Like I was saying, I'm a little bit worried about... Not worried, but I think it might be a pain to set the pivot. So let's see how I do. One option is to use the Pro Builder tool to set the pivot right in the middle. And then modify the mesh to be a different length or different size. But if I'm going to do that, then let's make the length of this thing be 2 meters. It's convenient to my calculations if the length of a bolt is always 1 meter by default, because then I can scale it and then I'll automatically know the length that it's going to cover. Okay, so let's drag this up. So now I believe it's too high. Does that match what Pro Builder thinks? Mesh renderer. I'm pretty sure that's too high. Okay. So then let's go and set the pivot. Let's center it. I think it's got the pivot in the middle now, I think. So then if I do, say for example, I go like 45, yeah, it's rotating around the middle. So now that I've got the pivot set there, God, this is hard. So ideally, I'll be able to set X, Y, Z to wherever I want the start of the point to be. let's take it up here. The player, where is the player at? Wherever the player is at, that's where I'll set. Player, where are you at? Okay, let's set the bolt so that it is located in the same square as the player. Okay. Okay, so it's got a pivot point here. And its starting vector is straight up. I might just want to modify my algorithm so that instead of using the first direction normal being forward, which is off in the away direction, it'll be up, straight up. And then when I'm making my bolts, they'll by default point straight up. Okay, so I think if I'm right, that lightning never stops. Okay, just come up like that, and now I've got a bolt that's pointing straight up, and I think if I rotate it, yes, it rotates from the base like that. So for X and Z, it just rotates along the base. All right, so that is a good prefab to just use for instancing and moving around. And I only need to set the rotation and the scale of, is it going to be Y? Yes, the scale of Y. And see, even when I scale it, it's scaling from this point here. So it's like wherever I set X, Y, Z in the transform, that's always going to line up to the start of where the bolt segment's going to be. Okay, so real happy with that. Boy, I'm just real pleased with myself today. Real pleased. Okay. So then, add another transform here. And this one, these can be permanent. Let's call this alter bolt segment prefab. Okay. I think this is going to get its own folder. Oops. Okay, there's going to be at least one other file in here. Okay, we'll call it nah, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. Do I need a special structure for my bolt pool? Maybe all I need is a queue. Bolt pool. I think just a queue. I don't know if those are the right methods. Yeah, I think that's all I need. Okay. So let's see. Or should it be just transforms, game objects? It could just be transforms. I think that's all I need. So we'll say bolt. Alter bolt, segment, pull new, Q transform, and then let's do 100. Okay. This is a public. Put my concept higher. Yeah. Always on the fence between putting my cons right next to the thing that's using them or putting them in a general section. I think here the constant is only used for this, so I'll keep it right next. Okay, so then let's make something for creating a pool. I don't need to put this here, I need to put it down here. Okay, so we'll say segment prefab. Let's keep consistent terminology. Bolt segment prefab and capacity. So now I'm just instantiating. So that's the capacity. So I gotta think what that number means, or how I'm gonna use the pool. Is it gonna be fixed length, or is it gonna grow? There's a cost to growing it, and it's not so much adding to the queue or adding another element to the queue. That's not the thing that's as expensive. It's instancing a prefab in the game. So why don't I do fixed capacity to start? Calls max bolt count. And then we'll instance inside for the max bolt count. Less than. Cool. What is it? Push. NQ. Okay. NQ. Let's instance it first. Okay. Instantiate. Bolt segment prefab. I should look at how I did this for my trail manager and do it the same way. Maybe refactor if it's worthwhile. Where's trail manager? Or trail pool. Oh, I used a stack on that. I gotta bone up on my data structures here. Stack versus queue. I think stack is like last in, first out. I think queue is first in, first out. Yeah. Q might be the more complex of the two. It might have more resources associated with it, either memory or CPU. I can use stack. Okay, so let's go back to Bolt Manager and let's make this a stack instead of a queue. I don't think I want to encapsulate it. Is it going to be instantiate? I'll go look. I'll go look. Oh, it's a transform? Is that? because that's actually what I want. Okay, bolt, segment, transform. Okay. So then I think it's going to be push. Is that right? I'll just stick that there. Okay. Then let's go back, look at what uses the trail pool. So I'm doing object initiate, instantiate, I mean. The parent, I think I had some good place to put that with the parent. Okay, who's calling that? Probably trail manager. Okay, so that's just taking the parent, trails parent. Where's trails parent? Oh, boot temp. There we go. Got it. Yeah, that is what I want. Start up here. Is there a start? No, there's no start. Cool. Protected. Override on awake. Okay. So we get the trails, but not trails parent. We'll get alter bolts parent. It'll get me a temporary game object that I can put all of those underneath. So we say alter bolts. Keep my terminology straight. The bolt will be the whole thing. And segments will be individual segments that make up a bolt. Okay. So then I want to be able to pass in this to stuff that creates the segment pool. Let's just see what the difference is between these two. Oh, probably that. Yeah, okay. All right, so that will give me a pool that I can use. Okay. If pop has nothing, I think it's going to return null. let's just take this and just put it down inside of the initialization. And let's just make a separate init, void init. Okay, and I think I will break this out into a bolt util that can have just static methods in it that perform calculations. So I'll make this a static class. DZ, have a good night. I hope you figured out some good plans for your massively multiplayer online fuckaroo. Cool, cool. All right, so let's move all my statics into there. Statics related to calculation will go inside a bolt util. You're going to need Unity engine. Okay, and then let's just bite the bullet and create a bolt segment class. Be bolt segment. Okay. Okay, this will also get a transform. Just call it transform. Okay. Then we go to bolt util, fix this up. This will be a list of bolt segments. And then we need that. This will be a bolt segment. I think also we'll pass the pool in for this. So that means stack transform bolt segment pool. Okay. And here I'm gonna let the pool, if it's out, it's gonna return null. And elsewhere, I will need to write some code that says if the transform's null, just ignore it, and don't try to resize it or rotate it. So we say bolt segment pool, and then we want to pop from it. This becomes public. Right now, our only public method in this class. The rest are just called by it. Okay. So far, so good. Now let's go back to Bolt Manager, which was lit up with errors. I'll say no. Alter bolt segment pool equals create bolt segment pool. And since this is specific to, never mind. Okay, so then is it prefab first? Yes. Alter bolt segment prefab, alter bolt generous count, and then alter yeah, but now I don't like this name. Alter bolt segments temp parent, I guess. What? Oh, transform. So that's created. And then here we want to use some other stuff. Bolt segments. Well, this, I might just delete it, to be honest. I'm not quite ready to delete it though. I'll fix it up and I'll just maybe disable it or something. Not is initialized. All right, so that's one thing. Turn the pool here. Okay, so now I think it's time. To get out of doing this in the editor, because I won't have the transforms yet. So, okay, so let's look at this other way I was going to do this. Add and remove. That seemed pretty good. I don't think I want to pass in a bolt style parameter. I'll say add alter bolt from point to point. Duration could be implied. Yeah, so this doesn't have to be so general purpose as I was making it. This can have knowledge of specific types of situations. So I don't need it to return a bolt ID. It can manage that internally. Okay. Okay, so I think I will end up with another class called bolt. No, don't use a transform, use a bolt pool. So stack bolt segment, no, stack transform. Bolt segment pool. I won't create a new one, but I'll assign one to it. So I'll have everything that's needed to draw that bolt and maintain its state inside of this. List bolt segment, bolt segments. I can also have inside of it some common settings. at some point I'll end up creating a bolt pool, which I don't really want to do right now. Okay, we'll say just give it a start time, duration, public float, next update time, because I don't want it to be maxed out calculating at whatever the frame rate is for the player. So if you say on one high performing computer that they're at 120 frames per second and somebody else is at 30 frames per second, I want the bolt to kind of look the same on each one. I don't want to waste extra CPU updating the bolt for all those frames. It'll end up looking like a little crazy random and not right anyways if I update it on every single frame. So this next update time is going to be all right, here, let's also start distinguishing between settings versus public class bolt settings. So this actually will help me out. So here is like everything that's always going to be constant for each type of bolt. Settings might be the wrong word. Let's say bolt type, bolt category. Type is kind of an overused word. Yeah. Okay. Interval. Okay, so then here I can just keep info that's specific to this particular bolt. I think let's even do the duration in here as well. Okay. Oh yeah, bolt category. I want an instance to bolt category here. Okay, so set up the bolt categories. I think these are worth creating more classes for. Cool. And I think I might as well create one for this as well. Inside of Bolt Manager, I want to be able to create my categories inside of init. So let's do something that wraps all of this init category stuff together in one thing. It's not really adding much. No, I take it back. I take it back. Okay, so all the stuff you need. String. I'm basically writing a constructor. I think I'll just put it inside of the bolt category. Except that this will need to go into bolt util. Okay. Or maybe in the bolt category. Alright, let me just move this over to the constructor. It'll be easy to keep track of it over there anyways. So we go public, bulk category. I kind of wonder, do I want to go over to this kind of thing? And it's gonna drive me nuts. All right. Yeah, I wouldn't just mind just using frames per second here, because it's the more intuitive one for me to set it at, but the more useful value during execution is update interval. So let's do this. Maybe I want to move it over into here. Let me see how hard that would be to do. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, this isn't bad. Let's just move it over. So you do object instantiate. Okay, so then min segment length equals set min segment length. Max segment length equals set max segment length. Update interval equals 1/2 divided by frames per second. Let's do update frames per second. Duration equals set duration. Okay. And this is no longer returning anything. So. All right, so you got that. I can also make these read-onlys. is your... You say that, but I haven't used it yet. Huh. And I also just make these like properties. I don't have to use this. Yeah, I'm fiddling over conventions and trying to modify my conventions to something a little bit different than what I've done in the past. Okay, so that's a little nicer. Okay, bold category. So here I can say, instead of having the pool and all that in here, I can have a bold category. Alter bold category. I'm gonna move it. Alter bolt segment. And I say alter bolt. And then we're saying 0.1f and 2f. And then frames per second, let's go 30. Duration. Let's say it will last for 3 seconds. Okay, this can be deleted. I just don't think I need this constant. So I've got these nice names that the IDE brings up. It does some of the work that a constant would. That's another advantage of writer. It just says whenever your variable name or your value that you're passing is not the same as the one that's in the function definition, it displays the parameter name in the IDE for you. So, pretty good feature. Okay. All right, all that stuff. So then, I think I need something similar for bolt. I do think the bolts are ultimately going to be reusable. To start with, though, let's have one friggin' bolt. The bolt. And it sounds stupid, and something is stupid and needs to change. I give it a dumb name. The bolt. Delete me. To revise from multi-bolt port cap. It's a problem if you try to do too much at once, it's a big old fuckaroo. Let's just comment this out. It's here for reference, so I can bring it back if I need it. So for now it's just going to return the same one, but there will be an idea that it gets reused. Okay. Then we say let's do another one. Let's see. Okay, add the alter bolt. Okay, so we get the bolt, and then we say we got to kind of reset it. So bolt category equals alter bolt category. Bolt bolt segments. Let's see. Start time equals right now. Bolt. Next update time equals time plus bolt category update interval. Okay. Then bolt util calc segments between path. Now I could be a little more pure about bolt util and keep all the Unity Engine stuff out of it, or at least keep all the scene references out of it. So here I'm passing the bolt segment pool into it. I'm inclined to take those out, to be honest. And then after it comes back from that call where it calculates all the segments, I'll write a new method that goes in and puts the transforms in and also scales and rotates them. But for now, let's do this. From point, to point, min segment length, max segment length. I could just pass the category in. Nah, it's good to just pass what it needs for now. Bolt segments. Okay. So the next thing it needs to do move align segment transforms with bolt. This is where I would pass in, let's see, align transforms with bolt segments. This is where I pass in the pool and the segments. Okay. I want to take the segment pool out of this call, so I'm going to do that right here. It'll be null. Back to the bolt manager. So we say static So here we say bolt segment transform equals bolt segment pool pop. Okay, then here's the part where I'm being a little bit cautious. Maybe I've exhausted the pool. If I have, let's say equals null. Oh, I hear my wife down there. She's at a little break between work. I got a few things to talk to her about. I'm gonna go check in with her real quick. Be right back. Holy algorithm 1.0. Alright. Oh, alright. Exhaust and pool. Bolt segments. Up the count. And then we just return in that case. And just leave all the transforms null and the rest of it because there's not enough segments. Okay, but here the transform's not null. So we want to set the position. It might be useful to have the position in here too. It's okay, I can put that in there. That's not hard. But let's see. Huh. So I was wrong about it being more useful to me to have a relative rotation. Because when I set the rotation on an individual transform, it's going to be absolute. And all rotations are relative, but I think there's some convention when you set the rotation that's relative from like straight up or forward or something like that. Okay. This is getting to the level of complexity where it's hard to keep track of it all. Since I'll need to do a number of things on this transform, let's just get it into its own variable. Segment position equals, this one I'll have to come back to, but it should come from the bolt segment. Okay. Yeah, okay, so let's change this to be scale. And this will be vector 3. Wow. Position. Okay. Which breaks a whole bunch of stuff, but I'll go fix it. Okay, so this will be rotation. I gotta make all these local too. Do I want to be local? Let's not make them local, because I think most of my calculations are not going to be based on anything local. Let's just make it all scale. I thought I could do that. Why wouldn't I be able to? Local scale? What's wrong? What's the problem? Maybe it does need to be local scale. That works though, it's fine. Okay. Then okay. So then inside of bolt util, it's going to be a whole bunch of stuff that's no longer right. Okay, so we say scale equals Vector 3 is a struct. Is that true? Yeah. So we can say scale x equals scale y equals scale z equals 1. There we go. So then here we set scale y to length. Scale equals scale. Length doesn't matter anymore. Position equals current point. Okay. That's good. Don't know why you're saying that's not used. Oh, it's assigned but not used. Okay. Okay, bolt manager. It's going to align the transforms with the bolt segments. Yeah, it just occurred to me that when I'm creating a pool, I want these to be set to false to begin with. Okay. So this might be enough to create a bolt. It won't be enough to update it or animate it yet, but I want to do one thing at a time. I also think, oh yeah, that's right. I gotta change this rotation so it's not relative, but is instead an absolute thing. Just change this to be current rotation, because I know this works, so I don't want to don't want to mess with that too much. So this is current rotation. Okay, then down here we say quaternion rotation equals calc. I'll just call it scene rotation. It's not quite right to call it absolute rotation. So let's pass in current rotation. I could call it relative rotation. Relative rotation. I like that better. That's going to be more helpful. And let's see, actually current direction normal is going to be more helpful for getting that. This is where I might end up putting in some kind of offset, since it's easier to get the yeah, anyways, let me see what it actually does, and I'll decide what I'm going to add to it. Okay, vector 3 current direction normal. Okay, this is from to. That's what I'll need to return back. Quaternion from rotation, from to rotation. Yeah, okay. So let's say that the normal direction that it expects to have is somewhere there's a constant for this. Okay, forward, and then current direction normal. Okay, I think that is the way to do it. A lot of new code. I really want to get to a point where this is executing and doing something. Hopefully that's about the end of it. Now I can just see what it does and start debugging, and then get it stable and add more to it. Okay, so let's go. Need to write some junk code that just makes a bolt. Just use this alter code. That should do it. So much new code there, I might as well step through. I just don't have that feeling like it's going to work the first time anymore. It might work the 7th time. Okay. That's still updating? Oh, I must have a compilation here. Let's get the debugger going. Okay, let's see how it does. Yeah, get the singleton call in. Let's set the breakpoint down in there instead of up here. Okay, how does my category look? Because that would have initialized earlier. It's not initialized, so this is going to fail. No. I thought this would have been enough to get it called. Let's see if it gets called later. Because this is... Awake gets called before start. Is that true? I'm getting mixed up. Unity, awake, versus, yeah. Yeah, awake will be called first. Yeah, I don't know. Did I put Bolt Manager in the booter? I don't think I did. Did I? Probably didn't. Okay, this is gonna fail. This is gonna fail. I don't know why I called it twice. That's another thing. Okay, booter. No, Bolt Manager's there. I do need a prefab to be put here. Like this one. Okay, I want to see if it gets called. Maybe it did get called, but there was an error. Okay, add alter bolt on awake. Try it again. Okay, that is getting called. Yeah, so that should be fine. Maybe it failed last time with an exception. I just didn't notice it. Yeah, there's the pool. It's got all kinds of clones in it. That part looks good. Here it's gonna, okay, so this is looking healthier. Oh, okay. This part should be fine. We'll see though. Nope, exception. Okay. Okay, maybe I didn't create my segments there. Okay, so let's go ahead. Yeah, let's make a constructor. Or even just okay. There we go. Let's see, from to, yeah, 0.1 to bolt segments. I've got 10 segments in there. Cool. Let's see what happens in here. Oh God, no. Yeah, good. How's our position? Looking good. Okay, let's see it. Okay, there's some stuff out here. The rotations are off. Possibly the scale is off. It is rotating everything. The positions look like they were set right. Although I can't remember where I started from. Let me take a look at this without maximize so I can look at individual things. This guy confused me. I can just delete it. Come on. Come on, lightsaber. Go away. Alright. Game. remove the maximize. Clear all this. Save. Leave a note so I don't forget to do delete. Okay, let's take a look at this a little closer. This one looks like scaled to 2, or close to it, yeah, 1.57, okay. That's one of the longer ones. So let's go from the start. Trying to picture if there's like a consistent transformation where I'm just off by a little bit. Like this could be rotated down to touch that, and this probably could be rotated to touch that. But actually, let's see. There should be one that's at the same location as this 7, -2, 10. It makes it a little bit trickier because this alter is going to be inside of the level game object. So its coordinate system will be different than these guys who are outside of that game object. Okay, so these will all be inside of alter bolt. Oh, who knows which ones? Maybe the ones at the end? Yeah, okay, they are. Okay, there's the first one. And its current point kind of looks off. Like it probably needed to start the first segment here. Instead it started at 1N. Okay, I can fix that. There's probably some inside of here I can't see. They're just kind of going through the 3 space. There are clever ways that I can have even more segments to the bolts so they try to go up and around obstacles. But I think it's simple enough to just have it go through walls. Okay, so the rotation, it's hard for me to look at it and see if they were all rotated in one way, then it would be correct. I don't know if it's like that. So I'm going to fix a few things I know will help and see where I'm at after that. I'm going to fix one thing that I know will help, and then the other one I will do an experiment on. So instead of bolt manager, no, bolt util, that's where all the calcs are. All right, let me be a little more specific about the separation of concerns here. So I don't want like a general purpose util class here. It's for, you know, geometry calculations. Okay. So this I could try going up instead of forward, see what happens. And there's like, it's an easy test to try out all the 8 directions if I need to see if one of them is just the magic one. And if that doesn't work, then I'll get deeper into it. Okay, so the first thing was that I want the first point Let me think about this. I think this is going to be vector 3 previous point equals current point. I won't try to outthink the compiler, but I was considering putting this up here. But like I said, I won't try to outthink the compiler. Okay, so previous point, I think that'll be more accurate. Okay, so then let's try this one again. Oh yeah, bolt util. Bolt manager. It's now bolt geometry util. Okay. Yeah, I think I can go ahead and delete this. I just don't see any real value in that code anymore. And try again. Oh, maybe. Yeah, that links up. I mean, it's going through all this space over here. Okay. Just to play with the aesthetics a little bit, let's see what happens if I modify the material to get a little bloom going. Yeah, that kind of thing. 1 point. There we go. We can do 2. See that? That's going to start to look good. 3. There we go. Then it's going to be a little bit crazy. That's a snapshot of it. I do see what looks like a little bit of a gap there. Don't quite understand that. It might be it's going through the block. That's probably what it is. It's going through the block. Other part looks quite right. Okay. This is gonna work. This is gonna work. Okay. So now it's time to do the update to the animation. So I want something like I just feel like just adding something, even if it's just update again, that gets, even if the same content I'm going to put in this method is going to be called by this, I'd still like putting it in its own method. That's kind of silly, but what I can do, I can make this static, and I can make sure that it only takes the stuff that it needs. So we go get active bolts. This is going to be list bolt bolts. Okay, for each bolt and bolts. If time greater than equal bolt, next update time, update the bolt. Okay, tag void update bolt. Also, I like the idea that if I just, instead of checking the start time and the let's just put the end time in. Until I actually need the start time. I don't think I do yet. There might be something in the future where I have the settings applied to generating the segments alter from the beginning to the end. Like, yeah, anyways. But for now, I don't like to use things before I need them. Or I don't like to add things before I actually need them. Because then they tend to hang around and just be cruft. Okay, so bolt manager. Let's say end time equals time plus alter bolt category duration. Okay. Update bolt. Okay. So then we'll say remove bolt segments. Each bolt segment and bolt segment and bolt segments. Boom. Say bolt segment. Okay, if bolt segment transform not equal null. Bolt segment transform. There may be some value to setting the game object in there as well. Okay, and then we return it to the pool. Push okay, and at the end of all this, now that everything's been returned to the pool, all the game objects have been hidden, I just clear the bolt segments list. Okay, so that puts it ready to be recreated. So here, after that's been removed, we say if time is greater than the bolt end time is greater than equal, return. Nothing to do. Set active, inactive status. For now, I'm just saying that the bolt's just active forever. But I'm going to also comment this out because I want the effect to keep running just for, you know, troubleshooting purposes. Another thought occurs to me is it might be nice to have the bolt not attached to a from and to point, but to transforms, because the transforms can move around and it's interesting to watch the bolt move with it. But for now, I'm going to leave that be. Okay. No, that's not the right one. Well, next update time. This one right here. I think it's like slightly better in this code to just use that instance. Okay, next update time. Boom, boom, boom. And then this stuff again. Oh, I don't have anything for from point and to point. Let's fix this now. There'll be some offsets that make sense to apply, because in my game the position is always in the bottom top left corner of the bottom northwest corner of each square. So, but let's keep it simple. For the moment. Let's add the from transform to transform here. Okay, so we say public transform from transform to transform. Okay. Okay, down here it's going to be bolt from transform position. Bolt to transform position, bolt category, okay, and then this is going to be bolt category. Might as well set a convenience var here, bolt category equals bolt category. I don't know if this is the kind of thing that the compiler just optimizes out. Okay, so there's that. The altar needs to change a little bit. So this will just be transform. This will be player transform. Okay. See if that all compiles. Update bolts. This should be update bolt. It's working. I need to make it so it doesn't cast shadows, but that's no big deal. I mean, it's really working well. Yeah, let's take it full screen. I'm gonna make some refinements on this off stream. I got an errand right now that I need to get to, but yeah, it's looking like lightsaber good, you know. So if I want to keep it a little bit tighter, I could set that perturbation variable so it's not allowing quite as much range, because it is whipping around a lot in the center. Other things that'll help, just start it from the middle of the squares, particularly in the y-axis, because it is like ducking underneath of the floor at times. Okay, yeah. So I gotta do my Instacart order that I promised to do for my wife. Well, it's for me too. I mean, I want more food. It's not just for her. But she did the work of getting the Instacart order set up, and my job is to kind of finalize it. And I gotta go do that next. I can't wait too long to do that. So I'm gonna call this a stream. This is a nice point to end on. With the algorithm that I set out to do 6 hours ago for lightning works fine. There's refinements to make to it, but it's looking good. The altar over here has got some other nice effects on it, like it'll speed up and get larger when you get close to it. I think with timing and everything, I don't know if I'm going to get this all done today, because I need to also get some levels out and a build out to the testers. Anyways, I'm gonna call it a stream. Stopping the stream. If you joined me today and you're still on, lurking, whatever, thanks. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll catch you later. Stopping the stream.